of this, maybe of the party. I'm not very certain now, but I do.
Friend of the party.
Oh, yes, maybe that will be more appropriate. Friend of the All Progressives Congress, because I imagine that after such an honor is bestowed, controversial as it might have been, he certainly would have,
Don't forget that
become friendly with
Tinubu was also the MQ Abiola was elected. That election is being seen and recognized as perhaps Nigeria's freest and fairest election in our political history. And Babangana Kingibe, of course, is one man that has played a major role.
So look at that, Festus Kayamo, SAN also there today, and then you can see
Senator Gbemisola Saraki.
senators. Yes,
These are sitting members of cabinet.
Exactly.
They will, in the next few hours, be referred to as former ministers.
Indeed, and very soon we'll be seeing marching into the square. It's already happening right now. I always cannot resist the urge to look behind me. We'll be seeing right away the marching into the square of members of the armed forces. They will be taking up almost every inch of the square in preparation for the parade. But yes, we can see more VIPs right there
That's the
now.
chairman of our BOA group, so
Abdul
one of the
Samad,
richest
yes.
man in the country and world, as a matter of fact. So they are all arriving. You're going to hear in the background the rehearsals are beginning to. They're ramping them all up soon because a lot more dignitaries are arriving. Remember, he did say, in fact, Senator Garba, Honorable Falike, all saying they expect a bigger participation here today. That's the Minister of Mines and Steel, and so several. So several of them will be here or expected to be here today. So they're all making their way, marching to their positions.
Chamberlain, we're hearing the sounds of the military march, parade is music that will begin. I mean, as a little boy in the boys' brigade growing up, this is one sound that you love so much.
And they're marching right towards us. It appears as though, but that you're going to see that parade go on here. It's a parade ground, don't forget as well. So you will see a lot of those happening here today. Different displays from different aspects or parts of departments of the military here today. They've been doing their rehearsal. So take a look. That is what we're talking about, which you get to see soon.
We understand that there's going to be a combination of all the sister agencies working together. We can see the police in their rehearsals working with the military band, and they will be involved across all the security agencies. They're taking part in this parade that is hoping to add some color to this event, because the center there that you can see right there is reserved, dedicated for the parade and the show of force and color of the Nigerian military. That is what we understand that center is being reserved for.
It's going to be quite a show today.
Absolutely.
So we may just leave it there for a bit and let you see this display so you can take it all in and appreciate what they've been rehearsing all the while, which will be unfolding as we just take a look at all of them. So promises to be colorful. It usually is. Anyway, notwithstanding the rain, the weather, which is all cleared up now. So they're also in strategic locations within and without this square, and so it's really, there's a blanket coverage of security today at Eagle Square. Why not? Because it's a momentous day in the history of this country. May 29, the presidential inauguration.
I don't know if Chamberlain actually participated in the NYC. Maybe it has not started when you finish university, but
Oh,
I know I know Mount Wedding. But I mean, at some point you must have participated in the parade, and you must have done the marching compulsorily if you participated in the NYC.
It was under the sun, and I didn't look forward to it because it was burning down my head, and
What
it was
state
a
did you?
culture shock.
What state
Adamawa
was that?
State.
Oh
It
wow!
was very hot indeed, and I thought I didn't expect to see that kind of scenario. You know, when you put your cream as it were, you go for the parade, you come back, it's all turned to water. But this is a very lovely weather.
But
so you
if
can see all of
gentlemen,
that
this.
kind of
Gentlemen, we have to let our audience enjoy this.
Absolutely.
It's not
Absolutely.
every day that they get to see this.
Lovely
The
city.
music band is right in front, leading the parade. They are going to be providing all of the music for the armed forces today. Right behind them, you find the army, the Nigerian army. They always come first. They're the most senior, and they will always lead the parade. Right behind them, after two battalions, then you see the Nigerian Navy all decked up in their cream and navy blue. You can see that. And then right behind them is the Air Force and the Nigeria Police. A very beautiful, beautiful sight to behold, the Nigerian Armed Forces. And you've already seen there are four men standing right in front, marking the positions where each of these, should I say, platoons are going to be stationed. So going to be saying something very beautiful this morning. We're going to keep quiet a bit and let you enjoy the music coming from the grounds this morning.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, members of the diplomatic corps, your lordship spiritual and temporal, your royal highnesses, senior military and paramilitary officers serving and retired here present, chieftains and captains of industries, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, may I, on behalf of the Central Organizing Committee, warmly welcome you all to Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing President, His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, and the 16th incoming President-elect, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I am Captain Godfrey Anebi Abakpa, the Assistant Director, Army Public Relations Guards Brigade, the Master of Ceremony of this all-important and auspicious occasion. Anchoring with me are Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi of the Nigerian Air Force and Lieutenant Odunaya Olokodana. And the French interpreters are Mrs. Olubumi Badejo and Mr. Mohamed Tijani. Together we shall bring to you commentaries as events unfold here. Once more, thank you for coming. We appreciate your distinguished presence here.
Excellences, membres du corps diplomatique, seigneurs spirituels et temporels, vos Altesses royales, officiers supérieurs militaires et paramilitaires en service et à la retraite, en chef, ancien chef d'état-major, chef d'industrie, invité désigné, la presse, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Au nom du comité central de l'organisation de cette cérémonie, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à Eagle Square. À l'occasion de l'investiture présidentielle et la prestation de serment et la passation du pouvoir entre le président sortant, son Excellence, le président Muhammadu Buhari, commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, et son Excellence, le président élu de la République fédérale du Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Une fois encore, soyez le bienvenu. Je m'appelle Mohamed Tijani. Je travaille avec Madame Badejo pour l'interprétation. Merci beaucoup. Je passe la parole à...
Thank you very much. A while ago, we witnessed the conducting warrant officer marched the troops onto the parade ground. The troops took appropriate dressing. And we just witnessed a moment ago the conducting warrant officer reporting the state of men and handing over the parade to the parade adjutant for today's historic occasion. It may interest you to know that the conducting warrant officer for this parade is Warrant Officer Abubakar Mani. He was born on 23rd May 1976 in Bedi Town and hails from Rafin Zuru District, Zuru Local Government Area of Kebbi State. He was enlisted into the Nigerian Army on 21st October 1996 as a member of 43 regular intake. He's married and the union is blessed with children. We can see the conducting warrant officer marching smartly to take his position in front of the #1 guard.
Mesdames et messieurs, adjudant-chef de parade, défile les gardes au terrain de parade. C'est ce que nous avons vu il y a quelques minutes. Il faut savoir que le sous-officier Aboubakar Mani est né le 23 mai 1976 à Bedi Town de l'état de Kebbi. Il est recruté à l'armée en octobre 1996, membre de 43 promotions. Il est marié avec les enfants. Merci beaucoup. Je passe la parole au capitaine Abakpa qui va continuer. Nous allons travailler en équipe avec lui. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohamed Tijani, for the French commentary so far. In a short while from now, the parade adjutant will take his position as he awaits to hand over the parade to the parade second in command.
Dans quelques minutes,
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the parade adjutant has taken his position, and any moment from now, he will be handing over the parade to the parade second in command. It may interest you to know that the parade adjutant for today's occasion is Squadron Leader Usman Baba Sambo. He was born on 6 March 1992 and hails from Potiskum local government area of Yobe State. He attended Leaders Private School Damaturu and later got admission to Kampala University, Uganda, where he got his BSc in Computer Science and Information Technology. He was shortlisted into the Nigerian Air Force as a member of Direct Regular Course 27 in 2017. Squadron Leader Usman Baba Sambo has attended numerous courses commensurate to his rank, one of which is IT Officer's course. The officer has held numerous appointments, and they are OC Fire Squadron, Movement Officer, and currently the IT Support Officer. He's married, and the marriage is blessed with a child. His hobbies include reading, public speaking, watching, and playing football.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'adjudant de parade et commandant de l'armée de l'air, Ousmane Baba Sambo. Il est né en 1992. Il est de l'état de Yobe. Il a fait ses études à Damaturu. Il est actuellement en train de passer le parade au commandant adjoint de parade. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed the parade adjutant reporting the state of men and handing over the parade to the parade second in command in the person of Lieutenant Commander Kuzayet Yali Kaza. At this point, permit me to now switch over the microphone to my co-compare, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi, to read the CV of the parade second in command and guide us through the rest commentaries.
Thank you very much, Captain Godfrey Anebi Ababa.
I can assure you that the government under my watch will be people-centered.
True to your words, you have kept your covenant with the people. The actualization of the agro-cargo airport, your remarkable intervention in the educational and health sectors, massive infrastructure development, lives and property secured. Under your watch, dividends of democracy are visible all over the state. All these and many more make your tenure outstanding. As you begin your second term in office and another year of your life, we identify with you and wish you a successful tenure of office. Prince Dapo Abiodun, MFR, we are proud of your excellency. Powered by Prince Adebayo Samsidina Belugun, all-rounder, National President Akomoran.
OVMA.
Oh, I wish you were here.
I'm always with you.
But it's not the same without you.
MTN 5G's amazing technology will change how we experience life and the internet. Get ready to encounter the incredible, and remember, no be juju, na MTN 5G.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Mommy, I'm not feeling so well. Mommy, I'm not feeling
You're
so
not
well.
what? Load my AXA app. Please, I need to see the doctor. Okay. All right, fine. Okay, very small. Oh.
Mama, papa, brother, sister, AXA Mansa be the answer. Uncle, auntie, family, and friends. AXA Mansa be the answer. Giving more wellness for less, so yeah. Who no, who get your money, yeah.
Enjoy more wellness for less with AXA Mansard individual, family, or corporate health plans. Visit www.axamansard.com or call 0700 AXA Mansard to get started now.
Who no, who get your money, yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Nigeria's president-elect, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Mandate for All-Inclusive Nigeria congratulates His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on his victory during the February 2023 Nigeria presidential elections. We join millions of Nigerians in wishing His Excellency a successful swearing-in as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces on Monday, 29th May 2023. We are using this opportunity to ask our fellow citizens and compatriots to support the incoming administration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu so that Nigeria will continue to experience great developmental strides. Announcer Ozo Okabwe, convener, mandate for All-Inclusive Nigeria. Congratulations.
And taking positions in front of the saluting dice, where they will await the parade second in command to order them to fall in with the guards.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant en seconde de parade ordonne les sous-gardes de former. Le commandant adjoint de parade a ordonné au commandant de la garde de marche d'empare alerte afin de former. Les sous-officiers vont retirer.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command has ordered the guard and sub-guard commanders to fall in. And what you are witnessing now are the guard and sub-guard commanders marching smartly towards their guards to fall in and take positions, while the conducting warrant officers are reverting back to take positions behind their guards.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant adjoint de parade ordonne aux gardes de marcher d'un pas alerte afin de former. Les sous-officiers vont retirer immédiatement. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of His Highness Emir of Bogu Kingdom, Dr. Mohammed Haliru Dantoro, the kingdom bestowed on His Excellency Tinubu Jagaban Bogu, the prestigious title. You are most welcome, Your Highness.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, riding toward the saluting dice to take position is the parade commander.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant de parade est en train, l'adjoint est en train de remettre le parade au commandant de parade.
In a very short while, the parade will be handed over to the parade commander. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command just handed over the parade to the parade commander, and he's riding smartly to take his position beside the #1 guard. It may interest you to know that the parade commander for today's historic occasion is Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, who also doubles as the commanding officer, 7 Guards Battalion, Lungi Barracks, Maitama.
Mesdames et messieurs, le commandant de parade de ce matin est le lieutenant-colonel Salim Hassan. Cela peut vous intéresser de savoir que le commandant est également le commandant du 7e bataillon de garde à la caserne de Lungi, Maitama, Abuja.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to recognize the presence of the President of Dangote Group of Companies, Mr. Aliko Dangote. You're welcome, sir. May I also recognize the presence of the President, African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. You're welcome, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a sequential transition of the parade now complete, any moment from now, the parade commander will take his position in front of the guards and give orders for the color party march on parade.
Mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques minutes, le commandant de parade va ordonner aux escortes de drapeau de marcher et prendre leur position au terrain de défilé ce matin. Merci beaucoup.
May I please request all our distinguished guests to rise as a mark of respect to the colors when the color party marches on the parade, while officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
To the colors, present arms.
Please, I request all our distinguished guests to rise as a mark of respect to the colors.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the color party having marched on the parade ground, this presents a complete composition of a standard parade. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of dignitaries that will grace this occasion, please permit me to acquaint you with the composition of the parade. There are 6 guards on parade this morning. The number 1, 2, and 3 guards are provided by the Nigerian Army. Number 4 guard is provided by the Nigerian Navy. Number 5 guard is provided by the Nigerian Air Force, while number 6 guard is provided by the Nigerian Police. On parade also is a highly revered component of regimentation, the color party, which comprises the ensigns, escorts to the colors, and the parade regimental sergeant majors. We also have on parade this morning the mass band comprising of the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigerian Police.
Hello? Mesdames et messieurs, lorsqu'on attend la réalité se rend bientôt ici, permettez-moi, parade de ce matin, garde numéro 1, 2 et 3 viennent de l'armée du Nigeria. La garde numéro 4, composée de la marine nigériane, et la garde numéro 5, l'armée nigériane, tandis que la garde numéro 6, composée de la police nigériane. La bande chorale vient des forces armées nigérianes et de la police. Merci.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to continue with the remaining procedure, may I now hand over to my co-compare, Captain Anebi Ababa.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezinyi. This is Olubumi Badejo for the commentaries so far. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, this is announcing the arrival of the Commander Gas Brigade.
Mesdames et messieurs, annonçons l'arrivée du commandant garde de brigade, le général A.M. Omar. Son Excellence, soyez le bienvenu. Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer l'arrivée du président du groupe de Dangote, M. Aliko Dangote, et le président de Banque de développement africaine, le docteur Akinwumi Adesina. Son Excellence, soyez le bienvenu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, his lovely wife, Dame Patient Jonathan. Welcome, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His dignitary's arrival unfolding here at Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration, swearing in ceremony between the current president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We just witnessed a while ago the arrival of the Commander Gas Brigade. And in a short while from now, we shall be expecting the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police. As we await the arrival of the service chiefs, please permit me to acquaint you with the CV of the parade commander for today's occasion. It may interest you to know that the parade commander for today's occasion is Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, was born on the 6th May 1984 in Kanu town. He hails from Fage local government area of Kanu State. He attended Kanu Capital School for his primary education. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is announcing the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police.
Mesdames et messieurs, annoncez service.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a while ago we listened to the general salute that heralded the arrival of the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubeiru Gambo, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ishaka Oladayo Amao, and the Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Al-Khali Baba. You're welcome, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer l'arrivée du d'état-major, le lieutenant général Farouk Yahya, le chef de la marine, le vice-admiral Awa Zubeiru Gambo, le chef de l'armée de l'air, le maréchal de l'air Ishaka Amao et l'inspecteur général de la police, Ousmane Al-Khali Baba. Vous êtes tous les bienvenus. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Olopomi Badejo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is still dignitaries' arrival unfolding here at the Eagle Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the president-elect, outgoing president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the arrival of the service chief, the Inspector General. A short while from now, we shall be expecting the arrival of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, CFR. As we anticipate his arrival, permit me at this point to switch over the microphone to my co-compare, Mike Lieutenant Festus Ezengi.
Thank you very much, Captain Godfrey Ababa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here events unfolding at the Eagle Square, Abuja, is the presidential inauguration and swearing-in of His Excellency President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, Service Chief and Inspector General of Police, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer la présence
I needed something we go ginger me. We tom I dey bleed for it now. I dey run kilo me. That's why I dey come.
general salute we listened to a while ago heralded the arrival of Chief of the Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo. You are welcome, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, la salutation générale que vous avez écoutée était pour annoncer la présence du chef du corps de l'armée de défense, le général Lucky Irabo. Mon général, soyez le bienvenu. Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons aussi parmi nous ce matin le chef du royaume de Borgou, le docteur Mohamed Antoro. C'est lui qui a donné le titre de Jagaban au président élu. Voilà pourquoi on l'appelle Jagaban.
The fanfare you heard a while ago heralded the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Salary, retired. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister, the Chief of the Defense Staff, Service Chiefs and Inspector General of Police, distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, His Lordship, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer la présence du juge en chef du Nigeria, Sa Seigneurie, la justice Kayode, Olukayode Ariwola. Son Excellence, soyez le bienvenu.
Distinguished guests, the confer we listened to a while ago heralded the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You're welcome, Your Lordship. At this juncture, may I hand over to my co-compare, Captain Anebi Ababa.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Festus Ezenyi, for the commentary so far. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's still dignitaries' arrival unfolding here at the Eagle Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect. Your Excellencies, visiting President, Your Excellencies, former President, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. This is announcing the arrival of the Senate President and the Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'honneur d'annoncer la présence du président du Sénat, Ahmed Lawal, et le président de la Chambre représentant son Excellence, Honorable Vanjabi Amila. Bienvenue, Excellence.
Went on. We've also seen the arrival of the Deputy President of the Senate, Ovie Omoagige. The Chief Justice of Nigeria also arrived while the military ceremonies went on. Well, there you see the Deputy Senate President and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress exchanging pleasantries there.
With the National Chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. And of course, right sitting beside him there is the Babangana Kingibe. Yeah.
Indeed, we've also seen the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, a very, very important aspect or part of this ceremony. He's going to be administering the oath of office, which will be taken much later today. We've also seen the arrival of the Chief of Defense Staff. He's also called the Chief of Chiefs, General Leo Irabo. I'm sure he'll be here in the company of the other chiefs, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Defense Staff, and of course the Inspector General of Police. I imagine the court order, which we heard, has it been cleared?
Look, I mean, the man has been doing his duties as the IG. He was here yesterday to inspect the grounds, and I guess that is playing that duty despite, I mean, I'm not sure the position of the court on that matter, but I understand that there was a court order. But we've seen the Inspector General of Police, like Mahwe mentioned. We've also seen the Chief of Defense Staff, which another title I've heard today. We'll keep learning. Chief of Chiefs, you call him.
Yeah.
Also,
and all of them being warmly welcomed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. He's certainly the one in charge of all of the arrangements we've seen being put together. Everything in terms of the arrangement being witnessed here in Eagle Square has been coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation.
Also, I cited earlier the South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, who was also received by the SGF. And of course, in line with the arrangement and the order of events here, we have seen up to the arrival of the vice president-elect, and what we have not seen is the arrival of the president-elect, which in that order, arrival of the Chief Justice, arrival of the Speaker, arrival of former heads of state. I've seen former President Goodluck Jonathan arrive on the grounds today. Arrival of visiting president and delegation. We're seeing members of the diplomatic corps and some leaders across the globe. They also have arrived. Arrival of the visiting president and delegations, of course. Arrival of the vice president-elect. We've seen Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that the president-elect has arrived yet.
And you know, Sean, in these matters, protocol is extremely important.
Absolutely.
The order of arrival is deliberately done to show the importance of each person, yes, and hierarchy in matter of things. So, so far so good. All of the arrivals which we've seen are in order. And we certainly will.
Is the Senate President,
indeed,
Ahmed Lawan,
the third in command, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, is with him. So they're arriving in company of each other.
The chairman and the vice chairman of the National Assembly.
Indeed. So they're going to receive their salute.
Yeah. So that means very soon.
That's them standing on the podium.
Yes, indeed.
They're going to be saluted by the military.
Absolutely.
I mean, these are significant event, and a lot of people might be asking question, the presence and the parade or the showing of Nigerian military all over the world, and this are significant showing to show the strength, to show the organization of both the institutions of government, from military to political institutions in the country. And so you can see the synergy and how these entities are interwoven. So you can see the two heads of the different arms of the National Assembly, the green and the red chambers, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila.
So very soon, we just might witness the arrival of the president and the president-elect, because I mean, haven't seen.
Well, indeed, the vice president will come in before the president,
that, yes.
And indeed, the president-elect is expected to have been seated before the president shows up. He is the last person who shows up, and then the event.
And as soon as he arrives, the
event
national
starts.
anthem, the event starts. The arrival of President Muhammadu Buhari signals that this event can commence. He is the chair of this event until the moment when the president-elect gets to the podium, takes his oath of office. In fact, we understand by protocol that the sitting president then has to leave immediately, because the chair in which, just look at it, significant the map, the chair in which President Buhari will be sitting will have the coat of arms on it, and as soon as Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, gets sworn in, that chair cannot be occupied again by President Buhari. It will be occupied by Bola Tinubu, and then President Buhari will have to leave the arena. That is how the protocol has been maintained over the years.
And that is, of course, what we expect to play out here today when that happens. So that will also be bringing you all of those. So when he does arrive, we will have the national anthem. Then the event kicks off, the opening prayers, the swearing of the vice president. The president-elect himself will also be sworn in by the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So all of those events will happen. You see the formal handing over of flags.
Chamberlain, that the vice president was a commissioner.
Looks like we're witnessing the arrival of the president-elect. Yes, indeed, the man of the moment is in the square, and you could hear the cheers from the crowd when he got in. The security men seem to be having quite a bit of challenge ushering him in there. You can see them fighting somewhat to ensure that he has a smooth passage into that particular arena. Quite a bit of a scenario there, usually quite tough among the security
this
agencies.
kind of scenario, Mark, where we've seen a few times that this has happened. We see uniformed men and men who are also security agents who are not in uniform. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
And his wife.
Absolutely.
Senator Oluremi Tinubu arriving together.
And again, the SGF also playing his role there, welcoming all of them as the chief host. Yes.
He's the man who is midwifing the transition. His office actually midwives transition process in the country. And I was going to mention to you, as soon as the president-elect arrives, the next person to arrive is a vice president, Professor Yemi Asiwaju. And when we were talking about the man Bola Tinubu, we know that Professor Yemi Asiwaju served as the Attorney General under his government at the time. And so it's interesting, the twist of fate. I mean, how life, things happen, the turns and twists of life, where you have a city vice president who was a former commissioner under the president-elect. And now you see things are just churning, and this is how life is, isn't it?
That's what happens to those kind of offices. So the offices just naturally, they just take shape when whoever occupies all of those. So yes, as you highlighted, when after the vice president arrives, the president will arrive himself, and there you'll then have all the other activities kick on after the president's does arrive. So all of those formal handing over of flags by the outgoing president, lowering, hoisting of national and defense flags for the armed forces, inspection of parade by presidents and the commander-in-chief. The march past in slow and quick time will also happen.
In fact, Chamberlain, based on the order of events, we are 2 minutes ahead of time. The president-elect is slated to arrive at 9:50 a.m. He had arrived earlier than scheduled. So this event, with what we're looking at, might just start very much on cue, right on time.
Well, that's the hope, Shewon. The hope also is that the president-elect will maintain that particular culture even as he becomes president. President Buhari, for all the criticisms that people will have for him, one thing you could not fault him for was being late to events. He was a stickler for time, and I think that designation, African time or Nigerian time, took on a new designation. Indeed, the arrival of the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, into the state box is also being witnessed right there on television. So we see the arrival of more heads of governments arrive in Nigeria for this auspicious occasion, the inauguration of the 16th president of Nigeria.
Well, to see Goodluck Jonathan, former president, also reaching out and welcoming all some of the dignitaries. I remember he played an international role under this government, peacekeeping role in West Africa, in Africa generally. So he's met a lot of them several times. Even while he was president, Paul Kagame was still there. So that
there will be a lot of banter to be exchanged. I mean, plenty of backpatting and meeting up, catching up perhaps to do before the arrival of the president. We also see
Senator Godswill Akpabio as well there.
Well, probably big questions to ask as to whether or not he's going to make it. Will he be Senate president of the 10th Assembly? It's still unclear. Yes, but hey, he's arrived and he's heading straight to the state box.
I'm assuming, and from what I'm saying, the vice president might be arriving any moment from now. Some of the persons that I know that had worked around his office, I've seen quite a few of them right on the grounds right there on your screen. We might be seeing the arrival of the vice president, Professor Yemi Asiwaju.
Yeah, so if he does arrive now, he'll be what, 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. So but that was quite
interesting actually. I mean, look, there are a lot of activities and events that have happened on the continent of Africa, and some of the heads of governments that have arrived today will definitely have a lot of things that they will remember themselves of, things that they've done together. And of course, you say a former governor of Borno State, Senator Ali Modu Sharif, who was the predecessor to the vice president-elect, Senator Kashim Shetima.
They have nicknames for some of these governors. They call him SAS.
SAS, yeah.
So there you go. So
all right, there you have it, Chamberlain. Man, I said it.
It's like it's like a German national arriving here.
Yeah.
So
another head of Ghana. Looks like we're seeing the arrival of the president of Ghana. Perhaps another president right behind him, but we did say that a number of heads of government are arriving at this time. You will see them being welcomed. They're coming down from their vehicles. Some of them have come with their wives. And you will see the flags on their vehicle. And I know the very first one I saw in front was the flag of Ghana. So I imagine that that will be the president of Ghana arriving at this moment.
Our brother country. We have a very strong affinity in terms of rice and a lot of things that you might be able to remember. Ghana, definitely.
They're not so far from us anyways.
Absolutely.
So there you go. That is the Ghanaian president, and Akufo-Addo just coming in. Also been received by the SGF. So there's another dignitary just passed by our line of sight here. So he's not in the cameras yet. So he might be within the premises in a matter of minutes, as a matter of fact. So we'll know who is in that convoy that will be arriving soon. So
one person's hand, Chamberlain, that needs to be perhaps maybe after this event, wash his hands and keep the water in the museum. It will be the boss, Mustafa, the SGF, welcoming and shaking hands with with all the dignitaries and the big men and women who have arrived here today. Is indeed one moment that he may not forget in a hurry in his life. He's held a very important position in this country before now, but this very occasion has put on him so much duty and responsibility. And I guess that shaking hands and welcoming and making these heads of government feel at home in our very lovely, very wonderful, very beautiful nation of Nigeria will be a delight to not only himself but his family also.
Oh yes, because I mean his office, very hectic schedule, organizing all of these events, various committees which he chairs for this particular purpose, all coming to fruition today, even as we speak. And more dignitaries hopefully will arrive soon before the president arrives, after which the event will kick off with the national anthem. So all of that, we're keeping tabs and watching and bringing them to you as we get them here. So you can see the Inspector General of Police
Indeed,
there also.
Beside the Chief of Air Staff, and right beside the Chief of Air Staff on the other side is the Chief of Naval Staff, and then you also have the Chief of Army Staff. I'm sure he's also seated right beside the Chief of Defense Staff. Oh, we see the arrival.
Yet another. Looks like this is the Nigerian flag. And I assume this is the arrival of the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. I think I guessed right.
Because he's the one next in line to arrive.
Absolutely.
So,
and was slated to arrive what time?
55.
9:55.
So he's just right there, just on cue.
Just on cue. So this is actually going to plan, according to plan.
According to protocol.
Protocols, actually, too. This
so there you go.
Is one of the highly ranked traditional, absolutely, the Oni of Ife, Oba
Akinwumi.
And then you can also see the NDLEA boss over months and weeks.
Who also led Lagos State for a while.
Yes.
Which was the state that the president-elect was governor over shortly after he was a military administrator of Lagos State. So quite a bit of a bit of activities tie them together.
To all the rapid response.
If you look at behind the Oni of Ife, he's one of the children of the president-elect. That's Iyaloja of Lagos State, Folashade Tinubu.
So he's going to be coming down very soon.
So this is the arrival of Nigeria's #2 man as of this hour. For the last 8 hours, he's carried that title of office, and today it might just be shedding that weight and load and to look to something else. In fact, it's been giving yet another responsibility to monitor another election and an election on the continent. But today, his focus will be reminiscing on the experience of the last 8 years. What a moment that has been in his life. He's worked with a president that he said they shared a lot of lovely moments. When the president took ill for over 6 months, he was out of the country. He was in the saddle. He was being regarded as one man who stepped up to the plate and did his best, and no one felt the absence of the president. That in itself is something that one needs to applaud the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, for.
And some of the things that people were quick to remind us of was the performance of the Naira against the dollar when he took the saddle at that point in time. So there he is, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria, arriving, alighting from his convoy, received by the SGF, who is the chief organizer of this event. So he's going now to take his seat. But we all know after his convoy clears, will be the president.
So but this will not come this will not go rather without the Vice President get his own taste of the military salute.
Yeah.
You may now please take your seat.
Asseyez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, the only detergent that keeps me bright and fresh. Bana bata lokaci a wurin wanki. Viva mafi inganci. Ito ne sakwa hirin netin yo mere viva, chiri viva. Maswaka todo renu yo viva. Viva, oh viva. Viva, sum viva. Opunyiche, viva. Miro viva titila. Viva, oh viva. Viva, sum viva.
And one of the things that marks the president's arrival is that you begin to see activity in the state box. All of the VIPs, at least the significant members of the VIP, will come out, will file out to welcome him to that state box for the very last time. You can see that happening already. Filing out, the vice president will be there, the Senate president will be there, the speaker, all of them standing out there. You can see the NSA as well, and top government functionary, all of them going to stand in line in order of their hierarchy to welcome him to the square for the last time as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Absolutely. Wow. The kind of courtesy and protocol you see for only one man, even when he's traveling out of the country, to see people queue and line up in that order and usher him out of the country. And when he arrives through, top government officials also do the same. And this is the moment Nigeria has been waiting for. The world is, eyes of the world is on Nigeria, and the moment
the military the armed forces get the signal that indeed the CNC is around, their special sound ushers him into the square. And any moment from now, you'll hear their very unique, distinctive sound.
That's the wife of the president.
Oh, yes,
Aisha Buhari.
the wife of the president is here. It's interesting that they arrived separately. The wife of the president is arriving by herself this time around.
The kind of protocol that ushers in the president perhaps is only for that office.
Indeed.
And as such that they might have to ride in different vehicles, but now this shows us something. They left the house almost at the same time, but they're arriving on this ground at just a few seconds apart. So indeed, the moment is almost upon us, Chamberlain Markwe, and the hour is almost here. And from the schedule, in the next 40 minutes, power will change hands. We shall be having a new president. Oath taking, swearing in will happen, and of course, the new president will take to the stand. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for that moment.
Is what time does. Time. So what a moment in history that is for the country and those involved in it.
Well, the last moments now for anybody who hasn't arrived to quickly arrive. You can see right there the governor of Imo State arriving there with his wife. One of the states where an inauguration will not be happening today because they have an off-season election. He's still governor until much later this year when another election will be happening in his state. So last moments right there for those who have not yet arrived. You also still see, I mean, attention is on the state box right now, but what you cannot see other parts of the square where lots of people have been arriving in their numbers. As we speak, the square is currently almost saturated by the people, the dignitaries who have been invited for these occasions, and Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike from all walks of life in different parts of the square are already seated, taking their seats as the bus is bringing them from the old parade ground where they have been told to converge upon. And you can still see there that lineup. Oh yes, they're trying to show you Nigerians from all walks of life who are currently waiting for the events to start. But you can also still see there that lineup and the security cordon that has been done, waiting in arrival for the president, the CNC, who is expected anytime soon to be in the square. And I can tell you that when he comes, his presence will not be mistaken for that of any other person who has arrived, because the bagpipes will immediately usher him with a distinct and very special sound. Gentlemen.
Absolutely. When you said Nigerians from Usher to, we're seeing people from from across the world. I can see persons from, obviously from Asia.
Asia, yeah. You don't want to say China. But yes, Asia.
Yeah, and all different persons from across the globe witnessing these very important occasions. You can see as much as seats are provided, I mean, this kind of event will also cut this kind of arrangement where people will love to just stand and just, feel. I mean, when you're on this ground, there is a sense that this ground wants you to walk around. You want to just move around the ground. I don't know whether you feel the same.
But now they have to ensure that they look before they walk, because right now, heavy security cordon and blankets in and around the square. Of course, for this purpose, it's very much understandable why that is the case. So, but all of them are all there waiting for the president, just waiting for the president's convoy to arrive, which we can hear now.
And a lot of people see arriving.
That's the president's siren, right? The convoy.
And now you can hear the siren.
Yes.
You can hear the siren.
So he's on his way.
Unmistakable. You can hear the siren any moment from now. The siren.
This is the loudest that we've heard today. And perhaps also the ones with a difference.
Yes, indeed. Well, in a moment, those sirens will come down.
And everyone will be on their feet.
This is just outside of the perimeters of the Eagle Square, just behind the road that leads from the presidential villa up to the Eagle Square. This is what you see Now the outriders leading the president, the CNC, the #1 citizen, is going to be for another hour or so or less. But then, for the moment, Malcolm, the nation is waiting, the world is watching, and yet we will be seeing what will become a very historical moment in Nigeria.
They're right here in the square now.
Absolutely.
They're right here in the square now. You might see a mini display. You might be seeing a mini display of the outriders. At any moment from now, the sirens wailing will give way to the distinctive bagpipes, which will usher in the president. You can already see them standing at attention, waiting.
Wow, what a scenario that is. Beautiful sight.
Yes, the police officers on horseback. Those are police officers on horseback, holding the Nigerian flag, hoisting the Nigerian flag, marching in and bringing in the president, the CNC. Yes, indeed. They're leading his entourage there into the Eagle Square. Any moment from now, they will be in here.
Of course, this might be the longest drive from the house for the president for the final moment when he will be carrying that title and when he will be able to sound a command to the Nigerian military. That is the vehicle conveying President Muhammadu Buhari.
You might wonder what kind of emotions will be going through his mind. What will he be thinking now?
His smiles will be different. His thoughts are going to be wider than normal because he's going to be thinking about so many things at the same time.
When he walks on that
memories
carpet
and flashes of past events of the last 8 years will keep coming to his mind.
8 years in a flash.
I'm telling you, this is the moment when your mind will play more than a videotape or a computer machine just in seconds. It plays you so many memories and images at the same time. And there we have it.
There you go. So
this
it's going to be
is a moment.
It's a historic one.
Yeah.
Being led in by policemen on horseback.
Nobody gets this kind of honor or this kind of what would you call it? A military parade before them than the president, and this is what a lot of people campaign for.
Because I mean, we saw the pace with which the advanced team came through, but this, you have to just take it in.
Very regal, very solemn.
Yeah.
Coming in gradually into the square for the last time as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And any moment from now, he will highlight from that vehicle and go and take his salute. And then the national anthem will be played in full. We heard it played, an abridged version for the Vice President for the last time as Vice President. And we'll be hearing it in full, which will also signal the commencement of this event today.
All right. That is the buzz of the military music that is playing in the background, so ushering in. So you said the bagpipe is already, they're taking their position and they're already playing their thing there. And this is solemn. This is majestic. This is deliberate. And this might be slower than usual, but it's for a purpose. This is going to be the final moment when President Buhari will walk into this arena or drive into the arena. An interesting thing is, it might not even be convened with the same vehicle that brought him here back.
No, he will not.
Yeah, he will not.
Yeah.
At least for what we know, the coat of arms will not be on that vehicle any longer. And even the chair upon which he will be sitting for the next 40 minutes, it may not be what he will be sitting going forward. This is a traditional and a protocol for which this transition period of our process will take.
So the entire Eagle Square, beholding this moment in history where the President, Muhammadu Buhari, will be handing over to the President-elect, Bola Tinubu, for a historic moment. That's the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and that's the President being welcomed by the SGF.
Muhammadu Buhari, a former military general who had sway as a former head of state in this country before the 1983 election, and now he's back. He was back in the country in its run for election 4 times before winning it in 2015, and back to back was sworn in as a civilian head of government in Nigeria. Muhammadu Buhari, born in Dora, Katsina State, as one of those few that are lucky to have governed this country, and both in the military uniform as a civilian head. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to get its military salute, a full compliment indeed.
Officers and warrant officers in uniform to salute. Thank you.
L'hymne national nigérien.
May please take your seats. Thank you. May I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to invite the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Veuillez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît. Le commandant du brigade de garde nigériane doit inviter son Excellence, Président Muhammadu Buhari, de nous joindre ici. Mesdames et messieurs, ça c'est une activité vraiment très kaléidoscopique. C'est une activité très riche, une activité historique dans l'histoire du Nigeria.
Most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the national salute we listened to a while ago heralded the arrival of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, on this auspicious event. And with the arrival of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we shall now proceed to the next event on our program, which is the opening prayers. At this point, Permit me to respectfully invite the Imam of National Mosque, Dr. Mohammed Kabir, and Bishop Stephen Adekite to proceed for the opening prayers.
Excellences, invités distingués, mesdames et messieurs. Maintenant, c'est à moi l'honneur d'inviter respectueusement l'imam de la mosquée nationale d'Abuja, le professeur Shehu Galadosh et le président de l'association des chrétiens du Nigeria, l'archevêque Daniel Oko, pour la prière d'ouverture. Je vous remercie.
صلوا على النبي الكريم صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم على محمد صلى إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. الله put in place to witness another historic event, which is the founding the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and his Vice President. Oh Allah, we call on you to bless all what we are going to do here. Oh Allah, we call on you to bless the outgoing president as well as the incoming president. Oh Allah, we pray for you to bless Nigeria, bless our neighbors. Oh Allah, protect us. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Amen. Thank you very much. Next is the Christian prayer to be done by Bishop Stephen Adekite.
Let us all pray. Our God, our Father, to you all hearts are open, all desires known. From you boy, Muhammadu Buhari. We thank you for all he's been able to do, and we thank you for his family. Lord, we ask that you continue to take care of him. Be with him as he leaves office today. We pray, oh Lord, for the new president, your son, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, His Excellency. Father, we ask for your blessings upon him. We ask, oh Lord, that he's looking up unto you today, and he's saying, where will my help come from? His help will come from you, because you are the maker of heaven and earth. You will not allow him to stumble. You are the one that is keeping watch over him. He will never stumble, nor the sun will strike him in the day, nor the moon in the night. You will protect his going out and coming in from this time forward. We cover the entire nation with the blood of Jesus Christ. No weapon formed against our nation will ever prosper. Any tongue that rises against Nigeria, Lord, you will condemn in judgment. Father, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu tenure will be peaceful. We bless you. We will not die in office. It shall be well with him. It shall be well with the First Lady. It shall be well with the children. It shall be well with everyone that belongs to us in Nigeria. And Lord, Nigeria will go to the next level. It is a new dawn, oh Lord. Father, take control. Son, take control. Holy Spirit, take control. Let your name be glorified. Today is a new beginning. It shall be well with it shall be well with all of us. It shall be well with people that are rejoicing with us. And after all said and done, if every other thing given to us is taken away, your Holy Spirit will never depart from our life. Give us a place in your eternal place. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We know you will do far more exceedingly, even than our own expectation, because you are our maker. In Jesus' most wonderful name, we are praying. Amen. And the people of the Lord will say, amen. People of God will say, amen. People of the Most High God are saying, come on, do something for the Lord Jesus. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening prayer done by Imam Dr. Mohammed Kabir and Bishop Stephen Adekite. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, it will be recalled that the Nigerian general elections were held in our dear country some months ago. The presidential and national assembly elections was conducted on 25th February 2023. The elections ended with the governorship and state assembly elections on 18 March 2023. During the presidential election, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and his running mate, His Excellency Kashim Shettima of the ruling party, All Progressive Congress, APC for short, were declared winner. And it's on that note that we are gathered here to witness the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony on this auspicious and unique event.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il faut savoir que les élections générales ont eu lieu au Nigeria il y a quelques mois. Les élections présidentielles et celles de l'Assemblée nationale ont eu lieu le 25 février 2023. Après les élections, le président et son colistier, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu et son Excellence Kashim Shettima du parti au pouvoir sont déclarés les gagnants. Voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici pour cette occasion historique, l'investiture et la prestation de serment au président et le vice-président élu. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On that note, may I now respectfully invite the Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Haji Sariki Bello, who will in turn invite His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Aliwola, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, to administer the oath of office.
Son Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'inviter le greffier en chef de la Cour suprême du Nigeria, qui va inviter sa Seigneurie, le juge en chef du Nigeria, la justice Olukayode Aliwola, pour faire prêter le serment d'office au vice-président élu du Nigeria, Son Excellence Alhaji Kashim Shettima.
Distinguished guests,
preside over the country's Supreme Court and the National Judicial Council. Honorable Justice Ariwola was appointed and confirmed Chief Justice of Nigeria on 27 June and 21st September 2022, respectively. Before his elevation to the Supreme Court, his Lordship served as Justice of Court of Appeal in Kaduna, Enugu, and Lagos divisions. This morning, his Lordship Ariwola will carry out his statutory responsibility as he administers the oath of office to His Excellency Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima and His Excellency President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, with deference to the office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, may I now pray the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to respectfully invite His Excellency, the Vice President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, to please proceed to the saluting days for the oath of office, and he is to be accompanied by his wife, Adriana Shettima.
Mesdames et Messieurs, l'activité que nous allons témoigner dans quelques minutes est la prestation de ces membres d'office au vice-président élu, son Excellence Sa Kashim Shettima. Et sera fait par le juge-en-chef du Nigeria, son Excellence Sa Majesté, la justice Ariwola. Merci beaucoup.
I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Judicial oath. I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Judicial oath. I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the Vice President-elect taking his oath of office.
Nothing is also right. I want to share if it is growing. This one will not go in. Put it back. It's growing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Grand Order of the Order of the Niger. Congratulations, Your Excellency. At this point, may I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to kindly usher the new Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la prestation de serment au nouveau vice-président du Nigeria, son Excellence Kashim Shettima, qui est accompagné avec sa belle-femme Hadjanana Shettima.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests,
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen.
Le vice-président du Nigeria, il est allé saluer le président sortant, son Excellence président Mamadou Buhari, et le vice-président, vice-président Yemi Osinbanjo. Nous avons des personnalités ici. Nous avons ici même devant moi le président du Libéria, le président George Weah, le président du Niger, et autres personnalités qui sont là au nom de la fraternité et la solidarité africaine. Soyez les bienvenus, le seul ballon d'or africain.
Thank you very much. Next to be sworn in is the exalted office of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. May I once again crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to please invite His Excellency, the 16th President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to the saluting days for the swearing-in of oath of office. And he's being accompanied by
Excellence, invité distingué, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un moment historique pour le Nigeria. J'invite respectueusement le commandant de la brigade des gardes à inviter le président élu de la République fédérale du Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, accompagné par sa belle femme, Madame Bola Tinubu, pour la prestation du serment. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Badeja.
Aye.
Applaudissements.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do some and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interests to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I would preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he takes his oath of office and sign the dotted lines confirming him as the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
C'est le moment historique. Maintenant, la prestation du serment par son Excellence, le Président de la Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, qui maintenant prête le serment. Maintenant, c'est la signature.
While the president is signing, just like her predecessor, we heartily welcome the 16th First Lady Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, an educationist, administrator, and philanthropist, Oluremi Tinubu, as First Lady of Lagos State, is Health and Community Service. Oluremi Tinubu has executed a lot of philanthropical acts to alleviate the plight of indigent persons, and most importantly, she has touched the lives of girls and women in her constituency. In recognition of her achievements and contribution to societal upliftment, Senator Oluremi Tinubu has been honored severally, both locally and internationally. Among these are the National Award of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, Ghana Noble International Award of Leadership, Gambia Diamond Award for immense contribution to the emancipation of people from poverty, many citations and chieftaincy titles. In our appreciation of her contribution as a role model, the West African Women Association named the Oluremi Tinubu Women Training Center in Gorom, Senegal, after her. From First Lady, Lagos State, to Senator, and today, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are heartily welcome on board.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici le moment. Eagle Square a éclaté. Nous avons applaudi avec la prestation de serment au président du Nigeria, son Excellence, Président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, le Jagaban. Madame Oluremi Tinubu, elle est l'administrateur, philanthrope. Elle est née le 21 septembre 1960 Madame Tinubu a fait ses études supérieures à l'université, après lequel elle a la gosse. Elle a posé sa candidature aux élections. Elle est devenue membre députée depuis le 28 mars 2015. Madame Tinubu, en reconnaissance de ses réalisations et réalisations de ses contributions à l'amélioration de la société, elle a été honorée plusieurs fois, localement et internationalement. Actuellement, elle est la 6e première dame du Nigeria. Félicitations, membre de député Oluremi Tinubu, la nouvelle première dame du Nigeria. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Go this way with the family. Go this way. Oh, yeah.
Applause for the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, congratulations once again.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président, félicitations au Président du 16e du Nigeria, Son Excellence, Président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Félicitations, Excellence.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the swearing in, what we shall be witnessing next is the lowering of the national and defense flags, which may interest all our dignitaries to know that at the end of every dispensation, the national and defense flags are being lowered, which signifies the end of a dispensation. A new national and defense flag are being received from His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to be hoisted back on the poles, signifying the commencement of a new dispensation. We shall be witnessing that shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, taking you back to the happenings on the parade ground, to the far right of the parade, we can see the color bearers who would be participating in the lowering and hosting of the new national and defense flag, being accompanied this morning the regimental and Megid Nigerian Army Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar. Flag bearers are Kakalu Chikoze of the Nigerian Army, Able Seaman Etimwa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, Sergeant Kanu Samson of the Nigerian Army, and Sergeant Ndoma Patrick of the Nigerian Air Force. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it may interest you to know that this highly regimented aspect of the occasion is usually observed during transition of power, as we witness. Distinguished guests, ladies and
Mesdames et messieurs, l'activité que nous témoignons à côté de des salutations et l'abaissement des drapeaux. Il y a deux drapeaux, si vous voyez bien. Il y a le drapeau de la défense et le drapeau national. L'abaissement des drapeaux signifie la nouvelle ère et le nouveau drapeau, le nouveau ère dans la dispensation de la justice au Nigeria. Et voici ce que nous allons témoigner. Les activités sont faites par deux soldats de marine nationale et de l'armée de terre.
National Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise while officers and warrant officers
Mesdames et messieurs, les officiers en uniforme et les sous-officiers doivent saluer. C'est une activité très militaire qui signifie la passation. Les officiers doivent saluer. C'est une activité très militaire qui signifie la passation entre l'ancien président Muhammadu Buhari et le nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. C'est une activité par la force armée nigériane qui va signifier le changement de drapeau, entre autres. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. That was the lowering of the national and defense flag done by Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army and Ebu Seaman Etimoa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, signifying the end of a sensation in the political arena. Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And at the end of the flag, before handing them over to the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade, who will in turn proceed to hand it over to the Commander Gas Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Umar, after which he will also proceed to hand it over to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, CFR, who would be finally handing it over to the immediate past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, signifying the end of his administration. We shall be witnessing that shortly. Stand
Ce que se passe, mesdames et messieurs, est le pillage des deux drapeaux, le drapeau national et le drapeau de la défense. Et comme j'ai dit, vous verrez les deux officiers qui sont au terrain de parade. Il y a le commandant de brigade de garde, le général de brigade A.M. Umar, qui va recevoir les deux anciens drapeaux et les deux nouveaux drapeaux. Il le passera au chef du corps de la défense, le général Lucky Irabo. Et Irabo passera les deux drapeaux au président du Nigeria, le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. C'est ça qui signifie le début d'une nouvelle ère de la distribution et de la gouvernance au Nigeria. C'est une activité très militaire et indication qui indique la passation du pouvoir. Voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici ce matin. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing at the moment is the folding of the national and defense flags, and they are being done by Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army, Able Seaman Etimoa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, Sergeant Samson Kanu of the Nigerian Army, and Sergeant Ndoma Patrick of the Nigeria Air Force. You can see them paying compliment after folding the flag as the flag bearers turn about and march smartly towards the Regimental Sergeant Major Guards Brigade, Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar, who is carrying a case as he pays compliments and opens the case. You can see first the defense flag is being placed and the old national flag is also being placed in the case, carried by the Regimental Sergeant Major Guards Brigade. They pay a compliment as he turns to his right, marching smartly towards the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Umar. He comes to a halt as the commander pays compliments. He takes a step forward and hands over the case flag to the Commander Guards Brigade as he takes his steps backward, paying compliments. And the commander turns to his right, marching towards the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, CFR, who pays compliment before receiving the case flag from the commander.
Le général de corps de brigade vient de passer le drapeau national et le drapeau de la défense. Son Excellence, le général Irabo, marche majestueusement vers le président. Il passera le drapeau à l'ancien président Boari et M. Boari passera le drapeau au nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
You can see the Chief of Defense Staff handing over the old national and defense flags to the immediate past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, signifying the end of his administration, as a new national and defense flag will be given once again to the Chief of Defense Staff.
Thank you.
You can see the new cased flag, the new cased national and defense flag being presented to the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who will in turn present the new national and defense flag to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, CFR, as he turns about.
Le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu a passé le drapeau au chef de corps d'armée, le général Irabo. Irabo passera le drapeau au commandant des gardes de brigade et nous aurons l'usage de ces deux drapeaux dans quelques minutes. C'est la passation du pouvoir. Merci beaucoup.
You can see the Chief of Defense Staff handing over the case flag to the Commander Guards Brigade, who turns about and proceeds to hand it over to the Regimental Sergeant Major Guards Brigade, Nigerian Army, Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar, as he pays compliment and receives the case flag from the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Umar, who pays compliment as the Regimental Sergeant Major turns about, carrying the brand new case national and defense flags to hand it over to the flag bearers as they pay compliments. He opens the case flag. First to be retrieved is the new national flag by Sergeant Undoma Patrick of the Nigerian Air Force, and the new defense flag by Sergeant Kanu Samson of the Nigerian Army. He pays compliments as they turn about and proceed to hand them over to Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Navy. Compliment being paid there once again as they take a step forward to receive the new national and defense flags. Compliment being paid as they turn about and proceed to the polls for the hosting of the national and defense flags, respectively, signifying the beginning of a new administration of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous témoignez maintenant l'issage du drapeau national et du drapeau de la défense, ce qui signifie le commencement de la nouvelle. L'issage
National defense flags.
Very interesting pictures you're seeing there, aren't they, of activities happening right now live at Eagle Square in Abuja. It's official, as you would have seen on our Twitter thread. The government of the Buhari administration is over. We have a new president now in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That picture you're seeing, of course, is one of those rare moments where the Nigerian flag is being hoisted all across, and this new flags also are being hoisted, as we have seen in the official demonstration that has happened earlier as the events unfold. We apologize for the audio. We're working on it. We definitely will ensure that we'll do it better. Okay, now, so these images are saying that indeed and indeed, we have a new president right there, right now, in Abuja.
Indeed. And what was very instructive for me was at that moment, we had a new president and then an immediate past president, just about 20, 30.
We request the Chief of Defense Staff, General, to crave the indulgence of the Commander-in-Chief's Brigade to usher the immediate past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat. The Commander, sir.
Well, there you see the symbolic handshake between now outgone President Muhammadu Buhari and Nigeria's new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I mean, it's understandable that at this venue you'll have lots of jammers, you know, jamming signals, satellite signals. So, you know, hearing the audio back and forth is testament to that one. But it's something we're working on. But there you see live images, a historic moment for Nigeria as a nation. President Buhari about to get into, well, former President Buhari, that might get some, might take some getting used to, really. Now about to get into the SUV. Of course, the SUV has been stripped of the official, you know, plates and all of that. You see people waving at Muhammadu Buhari. Now citizen Muhammadu Buhari.
Citizen.
Just like every other Nigerian.
And I think once you get into that spray, you seem to get into the statesman's club, right?
Yes. And he doesn't lose the title fully. He remains former president, Muhammadu Buhari. And, you know, Kadi was talking about emotions earlier on. I, for one, also imagined that it must have been a tumble of emotions between the outgoing president at that moment and the new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, both of them bearing huge similarities in their trajectories as they, you know, rode to power. The former president contesting 3 times, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself having to have, you know, seemingly sacrificed his ambition back then in 2015 before coming back, you know, in 2022 to clinch the ticket, you know, amid some difficulty, you know, even with a repeat of that Muslim ticket, which didn't go down without some controversy, but which we're now seeing playing out as he has now realized what he described as his lifelong ambition of becoming the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
If you go to our Twitter thread, you'll find the order of events, and this is one of those things you'll find now. What is interesting is that as soon as the handover is done, former President Buhari leaves for Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport en route Katsina using a different car from the one that brought him to the venue, and he takes off for Katsina with 001 for the last time.
And, you know, he's always talked about how he longed to return, you know, to Katsina, to Daura, his hometown.
So that's the man in charge now.
Yeah.
And he's going to take that ride.
Oh, yes. You know, it rained in the early hours of today, and there was that concern as to whether this would happen. And there you go, President Bola Tinubu with that iconic wave. Live images from the Eagle Square, Abuja. There you see, with the iconic cap and the logo that he's always used, the green cap.
Yeah, significant logo. With today's inauguration,
Indeed,
the national colors.
There you go, with that symbolic presidential wave. History clearly in the making. And a lot of people always wonder what will be going through the mind of Nigeria's new president. What is he seeing? Is he seeing the enormous challenge ahead of him? Is he seeing what he's going through? That's the question. That's $1 million question right there.
But indisputably, it'll be a moment of fulfillment for him. He's always longed for this. He's always wanted this.
On the one hand.
But Nigerians hope that, unlike, you know, what the former president longed for, that there would be evidence of renewed hope in this administration, you know, not just longing for it, but, you know, being able to fulfill the aspirations, the collective aspirations of Nigerians.
Did I hear former president again? But yeah. Yes, Daddy, you're right. It's going to take some time.
It'll take some time.
But, you know, there are those who say that this new president is one of the most prepared presidents, one of the few we had who actually prepared to be president of the country. And it's not just a ceremony. I think it definitely... Okay, so let's go back and listen to audio from Eagle Square in Abuja.
His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu was headhunted for both international and local companies, including Mobile Nigeria, where he held important positions like senior auditor and company treasurer. He left the company to embark upon his determination, commitment, vision, focus, and a strong sense of purpose that have characterized Bola Tinubu's politics drove his emergence as one of the country's most successful governors after Nigeria's return to democratic governance 23 years ago. His stewardship of Lagos State between 1999 and 2007 remains a reference for good governance in Nigeria and across the region. Among the most consequential and impressive of his achievements as the governor of Lagos was his revolution of the state's environmental policies and the creation of thousands of jobs for Lagosians through the private sector partnership program he established. Other important achievements while governor of Lagos include education reforms, under which now thriving mission schools were returned to their original owners after decades of government control. Free education and West African Examination Council forms for school leavers, giving underprivileged children access to further education, more career opportunities, and better life prospects. Civil service reforms, which led directly to the introduction of a more responsive and expert-led civil service in Lagos. Judicial reforms and the Lagos Master Plan blueprint, which has been and continues to be followed with great success by all subsequent governors of Lagos. Also worthy of mention is that as a first-class financial strategist, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu overhauled and reformed government and revenue collection in the state, taking Lagos from a yearly internally generated revenue of 14.64 billion naira in 1999 to 60.31 billion naira in 2006. His innovations laid the groundwork necessary for Lagos to have the revenue to improve the state and modernize living conditions of all of its inhabitants. A graceful leader imbued with courage and commitment to justice, Bola Tinubu combines practical political acumen, strategic vision, and moral principle. When the history of the first 2 decades of the 21st century in Nigeria is written, it will record Bola Tinubu's rare courage and foresight in guiding his party, the All Progressive Congress, to victory in 2015, and how, working with other patriots, he abolished the determined efforts of the then ruling party to turn Nigeria into a one party. Much as he understands the game of power, indeed his democratic footprints go beyond Nigeria. They span the continent, especially in the immediate West African sub-region, where he has contributed personal resources, advice, and support to help sustain democracy and popular participation in many of the region's emergent democracies. His Excellency Bola Tinubu has served the cause of humanity and expanded the frontiers of freedom and democracy in Nigeria and the African continent. He is one of the Nigerians' foremost nationalists and champions of federalism. As one of the few leaders and champions of democracy with the potential and experience to improve the fortunes of his people, Bola Tinubu is the very best man, and today, the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is happily married to his lovely wife, the 16th First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, and the union is blessed with amazing children.
Mesdames et messieurs, Son Excellence, le 16e président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, DCFR, est né le 29 mars 1952. Il a été 2 fois le gouverneur d'État de Lagos, pendant laquelle il a fait des réformes durables dans les domaines pédagogiques, financiers, judiciaires et la création des emplois. Son Excellence a eu sa licence en l'administration des affaires, comptabilité et la gestion à l'université de Chicago, Illinois, aux États-Unis. Il a aussi travaillé comme auditeur supérieur à Mobile.
qu'il va continuer avec les célébrations militairement. Ouais.
Thank you. That was the citation on His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I now hand over to my co-compare, Captain Anebi Ababa, to continue with the remaining parade.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant. First to say, Mrs. Olububi Badejo and Mr. Mohammed Tijani for the wonderful citation of the special guest of honor on this auspicious occasion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the inspection, we shall witness shortly the parade commander seeking permission to continue with the rest of the parade.
May I have your permission to carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency?
Presidential permission has been sought there and graciously granted by His Excellency, the special guest of honor and the reviewing officer for today's historic occasion. We can see the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, riding on a white horse named GMB to take his position to commence the march pass. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Shoulder arms! Hands into the colors! Take both! Red winning form! 3 rounds! Form! 3 rounds! Close order! March! Inwards turn! Red will march pass in slow and quick time. Division into columns. Forming squad on the right and left. Kolopate leading by the center. Right and left wheel. Slow march.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, still events unfolding here at the People Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Witness one who the parade commander giving orders for the guards to form 3 ranks and commence the march pass. What you are witnessing now are the guards forming squad without changing formation, before forming an extended line formation by the guards towards the 17 days, led by the color party. The essence is for the guards to pay their respect to the special guest of honor who has taken his position on the saluting days, and also for the reviewing officer to take a close look at the turnout of the guards who are impeccably dressed at close range. The final guards will involve the guards from the parade Before presenting arms to the special guest of honor, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it will also interest you to know that the far pass towards the saluting days and the forming squads by the guards is another display of silent drill, as the guards are only reacting to the initial words of command given by the parade commander before the commencement of the march pass. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Supérieur, les chefs d'État des pays africains qui nous ont honorés avec leur présence. Mesdames et messieurs, ce que nous voyons maintenant actuellement, c'est les membres de la force armée nigériane. Les escortes des drapeaux, les réduits, ils marchent vers le dias de salutation afin de montrer et justifier la loyauté de la force armée nigériane au président, son Excellence. Il marche majestueusement, calmement, avec la dignité, le courage, la fierté, qui sont les qualités de l'armée dans le monde. Vraiment kaléidoscopique, plein de couleurs qui signifient une nouvelle ère de la dispension, nouvelle dispension au Nigeria. Mon commandant, mon capitaine Ababa, je passe la parole à vous.
Merci. Senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, what you are watching at the moment are the guards forming squad to the right and left of the parade ground, preparatory for the presenting of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To the left half of the saluting days, we have the number 1, 2, and 3 guards provided by the Nigerian Army. And to the right half of the saluting days, we have the number 4 guard provided by the Nigerian Navy. The Navy color and the Air Force color being carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, witnessed a while ago the various guards paying compliments, all to show their honor and loyalty to the special guest of honor. After paying compliments, we are now retreating back in an orderly fashion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Mesdames, Messieurs, vous voyez, il y a 6 gardes comparables ce matin. Nous avons les 2 premiers gardes composés de l'armée de la 4e garde est composée de la marine nationale. La 5e garde est composée de l'armée de l'air nigériane. Et nous avons aussi la 16e garde composée par la police nationale. Le président s'approche. Levez-vous.
are you? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back and enjoy this beautiful parade by these amazing officers and men, permit me to acquaint you with the significance of 21 gun salute, which is part of activities like for today's celebration. The 21 gun salute is a military tradition used to accord respect or honor to dignitaries. Generally, saluting is done using hand, sword, colors, small arms, and firing of artillery guns. Salute by gunfire is an ancient ceremony which originated in the 17th century and involves the use of artillery guns to fire ammunitions, usually blanks, to welcome important dignitaries or commemorate an anniversary. Traditionally, gun salutes are presented to honor or welcome a foreign president or head of state on a state visit. It is also used for various days, marking of public holidays and independence anniversary celebrations. Others include Ascension Day, State Funeral of a late President, and Independence Day. In Nigeria, gun salute is provided during armed forces Remembrance Day celebrations, inauguration parades, Independence Anniversary, and in honor of visiting presidents. Today, we shall be witnessing the firing of 21 gun salute to signify the great respect and unflinching loyalty that the Nigerian armed forces and the Nigerian police have for the exalted office and the personage of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. On that note, that I request our distinguished guests not to panic.
Well, the images you're seeing right there, of course, the Eagle Square is right there. But then that insert picture, that little box that you're seeing right there on the screen as well, is that of the now outgone President Muhammadu Buhari and his family heading towards Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport right there in Abuja, heading towards the aircraft to finally go to Daura, as the president, what the former president had often said over and over again. Most certainly, I wonder the kind of emotions, not just for the president, but his wife, his children as well.
The entire first family.
I mean, first powers transit. As I said, he came into that arena this morning as the president. Now he's former president, just like that. I know that the current president says that he will seek advice, come knock on his door, and all of that. But the former president has been quite clear about what he'll be doing after his time in office. He said it time and again that he couldn't just wait to go back to his farming, to his livestock, and all of that. And I know for a lot of Nigerians, this might be an emotional moment as well. Looking back at the past 8 years, the promise on ground. It's going to take a lot of retrospection for Nigerians, and I imagine for the former president himself, but information from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in the nation capital, and Buhari as in him now departing or about parts with family.
Convinced not couple as well, all so we to the new reality have a president who is president Tinubu. It's been emotion right here as we watch the initial parade, the handover of the national flag and the defense flag from the former president to the new president, and the splash of colors, the array of white on degree of the men of the armed forces at the parade. And we heard the voice of the president, acknowledging the armed forces as he inspected the parade, the guard, the combination of the armed forces. It's a beautiful ceremony, but much more important, is what lies ahead of the incoming president. Nigerians are expecting governance in equal measure of aesthetics. It's a tall order, very demanding, but that's the job he signed up for. And he says, look, don't pity me. So Nigerians are not, they're waiting for immediate results. But the question is, how soon will the results start coming in?
You have the answer and just give it to us right there on Twitter.
But, in that insert, you still see that the former president still has a couple of people around him. And that's what some of the people in power will tell you, that the moment they're out of power, all of the knocks on your doors, the people waiting to see you, all of those, people lined up, it usually reduces, and there's always that silence. So
that proverbial, the phone stopped ringing.
Stopped ringing. Yes, he still has a couple of people, saying goodbye to him. I imagine some of his staff, and there you see approaching the aircraft and walking in. So,
well, a correspondent, Empress Simon, is there, and hopefully we'll be able to have a word or two with him when the time is right. But then don't forget that the big screen still shows you
the big event.
The big event. The picture you are giving you from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport is no less significant, but just so you know, as Kaudi said, power is changing. You are a human being, but you occupy a position at any given point in time. Who knows for how long?
And there goes former President Muhammadu Buhari into that aircraft. Well, I'd just like to mention that the bigger screen, it looks like the camera is trying to go into the skies as well, just to follow.
Taking off ahead.
What you're seeing on the big screen, there's still a lot to expect from the Eagle Square action. This is a march past in slow and quick time, colorful display, honestly. It's always beautiful to watch. I mean, look at that, all marching in synchronization. It's just beautiful seeing the work that has gone into this, by the way. Lots of man hours of rehearsals, and you have to get everything right. Everything has to be perfect, excellent, precise. And that's what a lot of Nigerians will be expecting from the government. I think so. This is a typology of the expectations of Nigeria. All of your decisions, the activities of the government has to be top-notch, excellent in synchronization, from the president's decisions to his cabinet to the National Assembly. People have invested, their votes in them, so they expect nothing less excellent. So after that, we'll still look forward to the big one, the CNC's speech. Now it's the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
So that's you can see is the First Lady, former First Lady, we say that.
Well, speaking of speeches, Nigerians continue to put the former president to task on that very significant line from his first speech, I belong to everyone and I belong to no one. So Nigerians will also going to be looking forward to, the significant promises, the significant lines, the paradoxes, if any, of the speech that we're about to hear from the incoming president, and the hope, we'll be hoping that the income, it takes some getting used to, the new president, and they're going to be, holding him by his words, in the coming 4 years. So we're looking forward to that inaugural speech.
Most certainly. But don't also forget the insert. Hopefully, will also show images of the former vice president. Oh dear God. Former vice president will also be coming in anytime soon for his own journey home as well. And of course, so you can see the parade is still quite functional, quite active. And you were talking about the immense work that has gone into this. Guys, when we talk about working for Nigeria, making Nigeria better, the littlest things matter. Kadi, you talked about the man hours that went into this parade. Someone composed songs that have been played. That is service to nation.
I mean, look at the brass instruments.
The ensemble.
It's just beautiful, the ensemble, the orchestra. They're playing in unison.
Exactly.
And I think, again, it's what we expect from government.
Someone composed the song. So the littlest thing that you can do for the nation, please, can you just keep that at the top of mind? You know, as we say, is it in PR and advertising, top of mind awareness? Let Nigeria be so topmost in your mind that the littlest thing that you do, the wind that comes through your nostrils and through your throat, is all about making Nigeria great. This that each one of these fellows are doing is about the greatness of Nigeria. Displaying it in front of many presidents from various parts of the world that are here.
You know, Aya, you always talk about our core values and how the Constitution spells it out. You know, dignity, patriotism, and you know, this speaks to those core values, and they stem from institutions. So we must build institutions, and you know, it's reminiscent of our earlier conversation, you know, about how Nigerians need to do their part first. It took a lot of commitment, a lot of hard work and resilience, you know, for men of the armed forces to come up with this that, you know, would cause you, compel you
let's
to
go back to Eagle Square now.
Nigeria.
Yeah, let's go back to the Eagle Square, take a little more, some more listening to this, and perhaps get more pictures of what is going on right now.
We also have a spot to the colors and parade regimental sergeant majors as part of the component of color parties. Behind national and regimental color of the Nigerian Army is Master Warrant Officer Victoria Unisa. Behind Nigerian Navy color is Master Warrant Officer Edeche Samuel. And behind Nigerian Air Force color is Master Warrant Officer Hussein Yigita. Paying compliment right now is number 4 guard, which is commanded by Lieutenant Commander Tomilayo Lukman Dali. Squadron leader Usman Babasambo, riding on a horse named Umar, after the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Aminu Muhammad Umar. May I once again please request that when the color parties marches towards your sitting position, you are please expected to rise as a mark of respect to the colors. Officers and warrant officers in uniform are expected to salute. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, mon lieutenant. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous voyez, nous sommes toujours à Eagle Square. Et toujours en avant avec, il est sur son cheval. Les autres officiers sont sur parade et vraiment c'est une activité kaléidoscopique et vraiment cela indique il annonce nouvelle ère dans la disposition du Nigeria mené par le capitaine Man Issa et le commandant Moussa Hamza Yakoubou. La deuxième garde est commandée par Major en commandant Olufoumi Dola. Troisième garde est commandée, non, il y a 4 membres des escortes de drapeau. Lorsqu'ils vous approchent, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous saluer. Toujours les militaires qui sont en uniforme, les officiers et les sous-officiers. Les troisième garde, mesdames et messieurs, est composé de l'armée de terre. Nous avons 3 gardes formés, composés de l'armée de terre. La 4e garde est composée de la marine nationale. 5e garde est composée de l'armée de l'air nigériane. Et la 5e garde est composée de la police nationale. Vraiment, c'est une activité très intéressante, Nous sommes ravis avec tout ce qui se passe. Vous voyez les membres de la force armée nigériane qui sont fiers, parfaitement tenus. Ils sont rigoureux, vigilants et respectueux de la hiérarchie. Mesdames et messieurs, vous serez d'accord avec nous qu'ils se conduisent avec l'humeur, courage et dignité. Ils sont toujours disponibles et disciplinés. Voici les qualités de l'armée nigériane. En quelques minutes, ils vont changer le défilé. Au lieu de marcher lentement, ils vont marcher rapidement, toujours pour justifier et montrer leur loyauté au président de la République, le nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests,
Well, as you can see, the match was slow. Now
they switch gears.
It's
Quick
quite
time.
fast now, quick time. A number of people might be remembering that song. I remember when I was a soldier. Come on, you never were a soldier.
This is representation, really, Nigerian Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Nigerian Police, actually. And it's just beautiful to see the colors.
Beautiful to behold.
The fact that they're all synchronized, you know, the white gloves, their side arms, the sash, the red sash, everything just really perfect. And this is quick time now. They did the slow time for quite some time, and they moved on to quick time. You still see the insert from Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. Former president, former first lady, actually. They were there earlier. I think we're expecting former vice president and his wife as well. You know, just going to the former vice president's Twitter handle, you see things have changed. Even for the former president as well, changed. You know, the designations on it, even the profile picture. You know, essentially saying adios. It's now in the hands of President Bola Tinubu. And
all significant websites have transited.
Exactly.
Yes.
I wanted to remind everybody, Bukola was reminding us of Wikipedia updating. The president's, the new president's profile has already been updated on Twitter.
Yes.
It's interesting that Twitter did this, I'm sorry, Wikipedia did it so quickly.
Yeah.
Someone must have been on cue.
Oh yes, it's a big one. I mean, this is Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's the largest black nation, over 200 million people. I mean, you see the heads of state present there. Beautiful aerial view, by the way. We have the presidents of South Africa, the president of Rwanda, Ghana,
president of Kenya,
president of Liberia, and the rest. So there's a lot of representation.
And representation also, yes.
Yeah, from the US and other countries, and even the Middle East. So you know how big this is, not just for Africa, but for the world at large. I mean, we always say that Nigeria is a blessed nation, but indeed we are blessed. And you know that whatever happens to Nigeria or happens in Nigeria naturally affects not just the continent, but even the world at large. I mean, talk about our human capacity. You've seen them right here. Yeah. This is a picture. I always said the Inspector General of Police, you know, and the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Defense, and the rest, all of them saluting. And there is the president and his vice all standing. You could see the Chief Justice as well. Very, very important man to this occasion, really. His arrival just showed a lot of people that this is real, this is happening.
Without him, Kadi, there would be no inauguration.
Exactly. So,
I mean, that's actually very, very instructive.
Very instructive.
You know, we often say that we run a presidential system of government. People wonder, okay, why have 3 layers of government when you have, when any one of them could have done just about anything? But no, the judiciary swears in the president swears in the judiciary. The
judiciary.
You know, when the time is right.
And when the time is right, Ayo, the budget, which is a document, a legal document of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, cannot become law without the National Assembly. So they all need each other.
And the executive, the president, has to literally write to open the National Assembly. You know, every term. Without that letter from the president's office, that cannot really happen. But hey, this is...
It's a band. It's a mixture of, you know, all of the, you know,
servicemen.
The service, the armed forces represented. And I must say, beautiful work.
And it's a significant part of the ceremony, you know, so prepared for quite some time by men of the armed forces. And, you know, the ceremony would be incomplete without this, you know, beautiful parade.
Indeed. And there's something a lot of people will want to see, the air display as well. Earlier on, we saw the aircraft with the Nigerian flag. That was just a
I love that one.
Oh,
I really
just showing you how you expect the Nigerian flag to be flown very high by everyone who has the cause to represent those flags. And they see really colorful, you know, and the flags coming in behind them. I mean, I can watch this for as long as possible.
Right?
But not fair to them, because they've been at this for quite some time. First with a slow time, and now the
it's easy to watch it again. Just record, go to YouTube, and just...
No, he doesn't have to record.
Transition,
you know. Just play back on Channel TV broadcast, or just search for it, you know, on Channel TV's YouTube page.
Well, big day, really. It's a big day for Nigeria. I will do that much later. This is the Eagle Square venue of the inauguration of President Bola Tinubu and his vice, Kashim Shettima. You're watching what is turning out to be a really colorful event. really. Even the inset you're seeing is colorful with the red carpet at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. So we're giving you a mix of what's going on at the Eagle Square and at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. So we're winding down with the march past and we're going into the air display.
Guests of honor, sir, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, I warmly and heartily welcome you all to the aerial display segment of this ceremony. 5 aircraft types from the Nigerian Air Force inventory are performing in today's aerial display. The first aircraft was the Augusta 109, which you saw, proudly displaying the national colors during the hoisting of the national and defense flags. The crew comprised Squadron Leader Larry Azi, Flight Lieutenant Shaibu, and Ariola. The helicopter operates out of 405 Helicopter Training Group, Enugu. Unit commanded by Wing Commander Deji Omokuga, tasked with the conduct of advanced combat training for NAV helicopter pilots. The remaining 4 aircraft performing will be in the following order.
Pictures again from Eagle Square, Abuja, and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport showing right now. Okay, well, okay.
Well, it's something that you would actually love to see when the air display starts right away. I mean, we saw a snippet, as I said, and you heard the announcer there speaking about the first helicopter we saw, and we're going to see some more. This is one of the major highlights, really. And, you know, they have to be very precise. You know, flying an aircraft, normally a passenger aircraft or war aircraft, on a normal day is a lot of work. But for an air display, is even extra work because it comes with art, it comes with extra precision and all of that. So this is going to be one of the major highlights of today's inauguration. So,
and are we expecting a landing as well?
Well, it will land somewhere else, but not, of course, on the ground. Not on the ground. Yes, you just see them fly over, and it's going to be definitely something.
Did I hear you say
and it all gives you, you know, a sense of pride in your democracy, makes you feel very proud about being a Nigerian. And you were saying earlier, Ayo, about, you know, the need to translate, you know, this ceremony into, the lingua franca of other African countries that is not necessarily ours, you know, but because Nigeria is, you know, one of the leading countries on the continent, it would be important to have, you know, all the audience on the African continent participate in this ceremony.
Well, that's a matter for other conversation later, but we have a couple of gentlemen here with us who can speak to some of the significance of some of the issues, the symbolic meaning of some of them. Professor Femi Otubanjo is here with us. He's a professional of international politics and strategic studies at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much.
As well as Professor Sylvester Haine, who is a professor of political science, Lagos State University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You've been here with us for quite a while. Oh, by the way, it would seem like activities, just quick one here, activities are ramping up, so to speak, at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport now.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Just to be sure, it looks like the former vice president.
Former vice president.
Not quite sure. Or it looks like actually the president or former president.
Okay.
Get used to it.
The former president. Muhammadu Buhari. Then with his wife, former first lady, departing, it would seem. You thought that they had gotten into the aircraft earlier on, but it would look like that was another set
altogether.
There you go, former president.
And don't forget that the former vice president and his wife and family will be on their way as well. We wish we could keep our eyes on all events at the same time, but let's just take note of that as well.
But both symbolic events.
Both
perhaps,
symbolic,
of course, the bigger one is happening at the Eagle Square. But for a man that has, was #1 citizen for 8 years, this is definitely a big one. And you see some of those members of security forces giving their salute as Muhammadu Buhari, citizen, departs Abuja with his wife. 8 years. I'm sure there were lots of stories to tell.
Most certainly. Let's ask the gentleman in the studio with us how this pans out for you, Professor Haine. we're looking at two events right now. Which one strikes you significantly more of the two events? It seems to be kind of two in one event, but yeah.
I feel that the two events converge, at the level of the philosophy of power. We say power is transient. That's basically what it demonstrates. A new government is coming in, and one is going. And perhaps some 4 years ago, the idea that I might leave office, may not have occurred. That realization may not have occurred at all. But now the reality has dawned.
Yeah.
It's left office. A new person is in charge. So that's it. I feel that it has a big legacy, which is for incumbent leadership to know that power is transient and that, governance attribute should be about the people and nothing more.
Okay. Prof.
Yes, I think I share that. They are interesting dramas, so both of them. They both point to the fact that our democracy is getting stronger. Here you have one new president being sworn in, another joyfully leaving and going back to his whatever he's going back to his hometown or whatever. It's a major statement. Incidentally, Buhari is one president that you would have expected to seek tenure elongation. A military general, and he was being goaded to do it too, but he did not succumb to it. In fact, it showed in the last day some enthusiasm to leave. And this is part of that drama. And it is good for us to see this. It's good for those who will come after them to see both the inauguration and the exit, that they are going to happen. The day you are inaugurated, you must know that one day you will be like Buhari and walk to the airport and go away to wherever you are going. So I think they are good dramas. They complement each other.
How significant is it, Professor Tubanjo, that it's not just the president or the vice president or their families that are living as a rock, so to speak,
yes,
but there are several other assistants, appointees.
Yes, yes.
There was this drama earlier in the past few days or weeks that there's going to be a number of job losses.
Yes. Well, that's the way it is. That's the way it is when you are in Asoro. I've been there myself. I spent 4 years there. Although in our own situation, and there was a military situation there was no terminal date. In the end, we were thrown out.
So just one second. That's the president boarding
the former president.
Oh God,
it's okay.
Yes. Former president boarding the aircraft. And Bukola, you pointed our attention to that picture on the front page of the Guardian newspaper this morning of the former president backing the camera, heading into an aircraft, dressed differently, of course, but it would seem like that is being replayed right here, right now, in the images that we are seeing. And we were talking about it the other time, Professor, my apologies, Professor Tubanjo, that I think it was Khaled that was mentioning the relief that he must feel, having left office now. Or is it mixed feelings, do you think?
Well, if you've tasted, position of importance, like the presidency, there are two angles to it. I recall very well barely a month when he was sworn in 2015. I went for an event at NIPS, Kuru Jos, where rewind
Is that perhaps why he has had to apologize about two times?
Yes, he did that.
Yeah.
And if you also look at yesterday's broadcast, I think it was more conciliatory. This time around, I didn't see fellow citizens or dear compatriots. It was brothers. I don't know whether you noticed that salutation, to the speech. So that's it. So it's always a one of mixed feelings. I'm living where there are things I could have done. The time isn't there. And perhaps, and also a wish to the new president, to be able to perform and do well in office. We feel some of those things.
Indeed. We're seeing the Nigerian Air Force plane now, the door closing. It symbolizes the fact that the aircraft will be taxiing any moment from now to take off as former President Muhammadu Buhari departs Abuja. He's handed over power to Bola Tinubu at Eagle Square. You can see that in the insert, just at the bottom of your screen. The Nigerian Air Force jet is ready to convey former President Muhammadu Buhari. Back at the Eagle Square, there's a lot of activities still playing out. From the air display, we're going to be seeing the cultural troop display as well. Then the inaugural speech. And I know that a lot of people are looking forward to hear what the new president will say, what promises will be made, and if there'll be anything iconic, as we saw with the former president. I belong to everyone and belong to no one. It's something that lasted literally all through his administration.
Through the lifespan.
But still speaking to this closed aircraft, I wonder for you, Prof, what do you think Nigerians will remember Buhari for?
Well, it depends what Nigerians are not. There's no person called Nigeria. There are people in his home state who probably will feel excited that he brought a lot of good things to them. There are people in other places that do not feel so excited. One of the things that Buhari will be remembered for was that he was an aloof president. He did not relate to us. And that's it's not surprising, given that he came from a military background. He did not have that political touch of getting around and meeting people.
So you think Nigerians want a president that would speak to them often?
Of course, the president has to be empathetic. He must be somebody who relates. What's a president? You see them in developed countries. There's a problem where they're on the plane in their shirt and they're going to share in fact, when the train crash, chemical problem in somewhere in the US only last year, Trump tried to take advantage of that. He ran to the place because Biden didn't go there in good time. The president we elected the president. It's for us. He was supposed to serve us, not to be an emperor. He did not relate to us, and unfortunately, he also unleashed on us his people who he wanted to rehabilitate. It was a badly thought out policy. He wanted to change their lifestyle. This is their life patron of the Fulanis worldwide, and then impose them on us without any planning or preparatory programs. Even if we had persuaded Nigerians and bringing these people, I want them to settle down, I want them to be educated like you people, and then where can we put them? How do we put them? We didn't do that. Those people now came and decided to force themselves on us, killing and kidnapping and occupying. We remember him for that. There's no way in which we can forget that his second term was filled with bloodshed. That's unfortunate.
Even though there have been other statistics that says, well, terrorism reduced during at least the latter part.
Yeah, the last maybe 1 year.
And all that.
Yes.
But you said it will be mixed feelings for a lot of people.
It's not terrorism that reduced. It is banditry and kidnapping and all this. Because we don't know what's happening to the terrorists.
That were related to terrorism, banditry, and the rest. But Prof, for you, I mean, it looks like there's a spectrum of feelings, really. So which other ones do you think Nigerians will remember former president for?
Well, I mean, this morning when I read his inaugural speech, and pondered on this line, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody.
Did not do that.
And I was telling myself, maybe he actually belonged to nobody. So in a way, if you play on that line, you ask yourself, did he actually serve Nigerians, or he served Nigerians the wrong way? For instance, the problems with this country, the identity question, accentuating the ethnic question in this country in terms of, the appointment of public officers, contrary to section 14 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, of the federal character, principle, ensuring social justice, in the distribution of, public goods. So that point is there. And when you talk about insecurity, fighting insecurity, I'm not sure if we can, score him high. Because I remember very well in 2015, Jonathan brought the Blackwaters, the private military company, and they almost liquidated, Boko Haram, an election head in the Northeast, without any problem. So I think they try to also do that in the context of the election. Those who have access to these networks of bandits, and terrorists, must have, spoken to them. And there was little calm, So, but that has not ended. We don't know exactly what is playing out. I mean, in the theater of conflict in the Northeast. We don't know exactly. So beyond that, here is a government that left behind about $41 billion US external debt. Each time I look at it, I'm pained because I remember very well in 2006 when we had our so-called debt forgiveness. We gave them about $12 billion US as part of the debt buyback, process. Obasanjo made a national broadcast that he termed that, whole process as second independence for Nigeria. Yeah. The moment you are indebted, to external, forces, international financial institutions, you lose your, part of your sovereignty. It's already a negative sovereignty, right from that point, because you always need these people when you need the resources. So for me, I think Nigeria, is more encumbered, right now, because the new president has a lot to do in terms of, managing Nigeria's diversity.
But Prof, that was part of our conversation earlier on, and I believe it's going to be part of political, discourse for some time to come, the legacies of Muhammadu Buhari. And one of the significant things that we were talking about was that, okay, well, if we're looking at the economic indicators of his administration that may be negative, we must also balance the conversation with the performance of the outgone administration in terms of infrastructure development. Could there have been a balance? Perhaps I should bring this now to Professor Otubanjo. Could there have been a balance, or does one outweigh the other when we look at the performance of the administration where infrastructure is concerned?
No, you don't balance things. It's not a mix. They are all parallel lines. Infrastructure is the responsibility of government to do many things. You don't say because I'm doing infrastructure, therefore I will not do security. That's not the way. That's why you have different ministries in the first place who are responsible for different functions. And so, I don't know, and now this big deal about infrastructure, where are they? I mean, you have a bridge, Nigeria.
The second Niger bridge is there.
Oh boy.
The rail development is there.
Rail development to where? You have 200 kilometers of rail to Ibadan. That's all you have to Kaduna. Nigeria has 10,000 square meter needs for railways.
The worry halfway as well.
Yeah, it's there as well.
Yeah, you will see, you pick up nitpicking of little development. These are just incrementalism. This is incremental. Somebody comes and builds a kilometer of road. We need fundamental developmental programs. If you are going to have railways, let's have railways to go across the country. One area that is parallel, which Buhari will be credited for, and that's what you are looking at. Yeah, it's democracy. Under the Buhari, there was not a single political prisoner. He allowed democracy to thrive. Everybody, free speech, there was free speech, free association, and so on. So,
but Prof, that could be debatable as well. You recall the Twitter ban and individuals
you saw what
who were arrested and clamped down on, for some form of name calling on social media. So, would you describe that as freedom?
Did they really do it?
Well, it's a matter of perception. Some will say, Showere's detention, for example, it's a case Showere, Omoyele Showere, you had that back and forth a lot. Some even look at Dasuki's, oh, there you go, this. The cultural troop is on. So we don't do a lot of hard talk. Let's enjoy some of the scenes from them. But we'll come back to the issues, but not to worry. Let's enjoy the cultural troop display now at Eagle Square. Everybody. Say what? Everybody know. Everybody know. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body to the beat center. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body to the beat center. You are your hero. Are your hero. Anything you wish us to do in front of the state box, kindly move back to your seats. Move back to your seats. It's okay. This one is okay. This one.
Beautiful display there. Perfect moves, perfect expressions. A perfect performance. Please, let's put our hands together for Adila Dance Acrobatics.
Welcome to the dawn of a new era. Welcome to our home. Be with you. Make some noise.
Now coming up on stage. Coming up on stage is the national troupe, cultural troupe of Nigeria, performing a dance drama, Better Together.
Nigeria présente danse intitulée Mieux d'être ensemble.
The drama you're about to watch, it's a working of the Nigerian situation. Right now in the society of Wazobia, it is a season of harvests. The citizens have gathered in the city center. As you can see, the farmers are about to till the soil so as to plant their seed for the farming season.
Les citoyens de Wazobia écorchent et plantent leurs produits agricoles pendant la moisson.
As you can see, they are tilling the soil. This is called Kabulu dance from the northeast of Wazobia.
Il s'agit toujours des danseurs de Kabulu du nord-est du Nigeria.
After tilling the soil, by the men, the women are now planting their crops.
Les femmes plantent maintenant les produits agricoles.
To the king to present the harvest to the king. After the presentation of the harvest, the king blesses the harvest, and there's a wide jubilation. What follows next is a celebration of the harvest by each of the dance group representing a zone in Wazobia. First group to perform in the celebration of the harvest of the Maliki dancers, performing the popular Maliki dance from Borno, representing the Northeast.
Maintenant, oui, c'est la danse au Maliki qui est populaire parmi les gens de Borno, de la région du nord-est du Nigeria. La saison de la moisson.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back to enjoy this beautiful performance, permit me to acquaint you with the National Cultural Troupe of Nigeria. This is a parastatal of the Federal Ministry of Culture and Tourism, the apex performing arts institution in Nigeria. It was formally established in 1991 by Decree number 47, an act of the National Assembly. The National Troupe of Nigeria is constituted by professional theater administrators and artists whose primary function is to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Nigeria through dance, music, drama, theater. The National Troupe of Nigeria has since its formal establishment exhibited competence in packaging high artistic production, specifically designed for national and international consumption. The troupe has had a record of successful artistic outings within the country and have also toured countries in Africa, Europe, the United States of America, Asia. Based in Lagos, organizing office in Abuja, the National Cultural Troupe of Nigeria is currently under the headship of an artistic director, Chief Executive Officer, Ahmed Ahmed.
Distinguished guests, those are graceful, smooth, and beautiful movements there by the Maliki dancers, performing the popular Maliki dance from Borno State, representing the Northeast. It may interest you to know that His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima is from this region of the country.
Ensuite, la danse Maliki, qui est très populaire parmi les gens de Borno, de la région du nord-est du Nigeria. Il faut bien noter que le vice-président, son Excellence, le vice-fédéral du Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, DCEN et de cette région.
Thank you very much, Maliki dancers. Right now we have on the parade ground the Ikorobe, Obe, and Omabo representing Southeast. The Ikorobe, Obe is popular among the people of Enugu State, while Omabo is popular among the people of Ebonyi State. Ladies and gentlemen, with buckets squares, top of the buckets. Now we have the turn up and see this downstairs is ready for release. You see the fluid movement, close to the dawn, without any effort. Next is celebrating artists. On our stage of citizens from the South Side, Zone of Wazoo with Young Dance, a very popular celebrating dance among the people of the South Side region. Let's work on the young dance too. The young dance is a celebrative dance among the people of South region. Please enjoy yourself. Father of the people of Lagos and Ogun States. Councillors from the Southwest region of Barcelona. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see toward the end of the dance, and people will enjoy themselves. We need a promotion in the society, bad in the society of the Southern World. It's trying for people, and you can see the bandits who have come to kidnap men and women of the Wazobia while they are trying to take away their property. However, as the Irish country escaped, she left the war of violence. Vous voyez là, with the help of security agencies, the bandits will be reunited and reintegrated into the society. So here as you can see, thank you, President Muhammad Buhari. Welcome, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And thank you to the security agencies. Please, a lot of applause.
Consiste des aspects dans le monde du ils sont, et ils reflètent donc les états culturels et les présents de la Camp, ainsi que les états afin la position de deux citoyens nigériens. Ils ont représenté le pays aux États-Unis, en Europe et en Asie. Ils ont passé la poche avec
Let's go.
Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of that very beautiful performance by the cultural troops of Nigeria and the Adila cultural troop, what we shall be witnessing next is the advanced review order.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing at the moment is the various casting presses preparing you for the review order. Beautiful. Please a round of applause for that beautiful whole team and for all the governments in review order. Thank you. That's what I did. We should have that very soon. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the advanced review order, next on our program is the inauguration address by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCM bar, and I most respectfully request the Commander to get to invite the President for Mr. Bola Ahmed. Commander, Mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment que, puisqu'il y a une question essentielle, et voilà, nous avons le privilège d'écouter notre nouveau président, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, qui va nous adresser. Merci.
The backbone of them, the respected and
Honorable President and former President of Nigeria, for his home base. My regards to him. All the excellencies, the head of state, president, and leaders of various countries here present. Former head of state, a great man, committed, highly honored the development of this country, General Yakubu. My dear wife, the new First Lady, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Your Excellency, Vice President Asiwaju and his wife, Nana Shetima. Senate President, distinguished Senators Ahmed Tinubu, House of Representatives Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and his wife, Salamat. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Olukayode Ariwola, Your Excellencies, Governors, here present, the Chairman of our party, APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former APC interim Chairman, Chief BC Akonde, and my brother, Chief Chegun Osoba. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers and members of the just dissolved National Executive, members of diplomatic corps, the royal fathers, men of the armed forces, I salute you for your sacrifices and the supreme sacrifices you've made for this country, for the men and women. We thank you. And we thank you the way today is going well. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow citizens, I stand before you honored to assume the sacred mandate you have given me. My love for this nation is abiding by confidence in its people, unwavering, and my faith in God Almighty is absolute. I know that His hand shall provide the needed moral strength and clarity of in those times where even seem have reached the limit of my capacity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this day is bold and majestic, yet bright and full of spirit, as is our precious nation. As a nation, we have long ago decided to march beyond the dimness of night into open day of renewed national hope. The question is, and we must now ask ourselves, is whether to remain faithful to the work inherent in the building of a better society, or retreat into the shadow of our unmet potential. For me, there is but no one answer. There are we are too great a nation and too grand as a people to rob ourselves of our finest destiny. The nation's journey has been shaped by the prayers of our founding fathers and other millions, and the collective sacrifices of us all. We have endured the hardship that will have made other societies crumble. We have shouldered the heavy burden to arrive at this sublime moment where the prospect of a better future matches with our improved capacity to create that future. To the surprise of many, but not to ourselves, we have more firmly established this land as a democracy in both word and deed. The peaceful transition from one government to another now is our political tradition. This handover symbolizes our trust in God, our enduring faith in representative government, and our belief in our ability to reshape this nation into a society it was always meant to be. My brothers and sisters, permit me to say a fault to my predecessor, President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, Oma. You have been an honest, patriotic leader who has done his best for the nation you love. On a more personal note, you are a worthy partner and a friend. I may easily be kind to you. For many years, Nigeria's critics have trafficked that the rumor that our nation will break up, even perish. They have even redesigned the map. Yet we are here. We have stumbled at times, but resilience and diversity have kept us going, and we will keep going. Our body may make us bend at times, but it shall never break us. Instead, we stand forth as Africa's most populous nation and as the best, hope, and strongest champion of the black race. As a citizen, we declare as one unified people devoted to one unified nation, national cause, that as long as this world exists, Nigeria shall exist. Take me back to the old ones came back there. General Yakubu Gowon. Cliché. If Nigeria won the task that must be done. If you are young or old, you will remember. Today, faith and destiny join together to place the touch of human progress in our very hand. We dare not let it slip. We live high this touch so that it might shine on every household and in every heart that calls itself Nigeria. We hold the beam aloft because it lights our path with compassion, brotherhood, and peace. May this great light never extend. Say amen. Our administration will govern you only on your behalf, but never rule over you. We shall consult and dialogue, but never dictate. We shall reach out to all, but never put down a single person for holding view contrary to our own. Having the election that brought us today to this jump. Yes, it was a hard-fought contest and was also clearly won. Since the advent of the Fourth Republic, Nigeria has known had an election of a better quality. I said so. The outcome reflected the will of the people. However, I does not render me any more Nigerian than my opponent. Nor does this render them any less patriotic. They shall forever be my fellow patriot, and I will treat them as such. They represent important constituencies and concerns that wisdom dare not ignore. Some have taken their concerns to court, seeking legal redress. That is their right, and I fully defend that exercise of this right. This is the essence of the rule of law. Over decades ago, our founding fathers bravely gave us this country to place Nigeria on the map of an independent nation. We must never allow the labor of those who came before us to wither in vain, but to blossom and bring forth a better reality. Let us take the next great step. The journey they began and believed in. Today, let us commit our steps to placing Nigeria in our hearts as the indispensable home for each and every one of us, regardless of creed, ethnicity, or place of birth. My supporters, I thank you. So who did vote for me, I thank you as well. I extend my hand across the political divide. I ask you to graft the national affinity and brotherhood. To me, political polarization has faded away. All I see here are Nigerians. All of you. May we uphold this vision, an excellent notion as a new Nigeria idea. My fellow citizens, Nigeria, which I speak of, is more than just an improvement in economic and statistics. These things are important, but they can never convey the fullness of our story. Our mission is to improve our ways of life in a manner that nurtures our humanity, encourages compassion towards one another, and duly reward our collective effort to social evil that seek to divide us. Our Constitution gave us a nation on paper. We must work hard at bringing these noble documents to life by strengthening the bond of economic collaboration, social cohesion, and cultural understanding. Let us develop a shared sense of fairness and equality. South must not only see good for itself, but must understand that interest are served where goods come to the north. North must not steal the south likewise. Whether from the winding creeks of Niger Delta, the vastness of northern Savannah, the boardroom of Lagos, the building bustling capital of Abuja, as busy market of Onitsha. You are all my people. As your president, I shall serve you with prejudice towards none, but compassion and amity towards all. In the coming days and weeks, my team will publicly detail the key aspects of our economic program. Today, permit me to outline in broad terms a few initiatives that define our concept of progressive good governance and furtherance of the Nigerian idea. The principles that will guide our administration are very simple. Nigeria will be impartially governed according to the rule of law, Constitution. We shall defend the nation from terror and all forms of criminality that threaten the peace and stability of our country. We shall remodel our economy to bring our growth and develop the GDP much better, achieve the GDP much better than we have today. I assure you. Do that through job creation, food security, and an end to extreme poverty. In our administration, women and youth will feature prominently. Our government will continue to take proactive steps, such as championing a credit culture, to discourage corruption, while strengthening the effectiveness and the efficiency of the various anti-corruption agencies. That's to be a continued work in progress. Security shall be top priority of our administration, because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amid insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and it means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and power. On the economy, we target a GDP not less than 6% growth. We aim to accomplish all of this by taking the following steps. Budgetary reform, stimulating the economy without engendering inflation. Industrial policy to utilize the full range of domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. The electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double, and transmission and distribution network must improve significantly. We will encourage various state governments to continue to participate in this effort. Power generation and distribution of their own. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all the complaints about multiple taxation. And review various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard and dividend profits home. My administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million jobs and the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus job and prosperity bill. This will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural development, improvement, encourage light industry, provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. On agriculture, rural income shall be secured by commodity exchange board, guaranteeing minimum prices for certain crops. Animal products, a nationwide program for the storage and facilities to reduce spoilage and waste. all of that would undertake. Agricultural ops will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in credit, promote credit, engage in value-added processing. The livestock will introduce the best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict. Through this, food will be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more while the average Nigerians pay less. On infrastructure, we shall continue the effort of the Buhari administration on infrastructure development and know how many railroad and water construction are on fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone. Subsidy can no longer justify an ever increasing cost and the wake of dry resources. We shall instead channel whatever to fund to better investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that we materially provide for people. Monetary policy, thorough house cleaning, thorough house cleaning is necessary. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct the fund from arbitrage to minimal investment and the plant and equipment. Jobs that are powered, that will power the real economy. Interest rate needs to come down. Currently too high. Anti-people, anti-business. We have to on all of them. To me, I know I've taken you through a winding time, a long time today. I will end this speech by assuring that the mandate They have given me this Christmas play. The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria. Just let us be united. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless Federal Republic.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the inaugural address by the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Please, may we put our hands together once more for His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal
Excellences, invités distingués, mesdames et messieurs, vous venez d'entendre l'allocution présidentielle de son Excellence, le président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, son Excellence, président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, JCRF. Merci, Excellence, et félicitations.
Thank you very much. At the end of the inaugural address, what we'll be witnessing next is the 3 hearty cheers. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise for the 21-gun salute. Officers and warrant officers uniform are to salute, and may I respectfully request our distinguished guests not to panic at the sound of the artillery guns by the State House Artillery Battery. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, n'ayez pas peur s'il vous plaît. Le son que vous ont, c'est le son de ce qu'on appelle triple canon. Ça c'est à l'honneur du président élu, le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. C'est juste pour le respecter. Merci beaucoup. N'ayez pas peur s'il vous plaît.
May I request we remain standing to sing the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you. At the end of the national anthem, the parade commander will now ride to take permission from the special guest of honor to march off the colors and the rest of the parade. Please, may I request we all rise as a mark of respect to all officers and warrant officers in uniform.
May I have your permission to march out the colors and rest of the parade, Your Excellency?
Presidential permission has been sought and graciously granted there by His Excellency, the special guest of honor, which brings us to the end of today's unique and historic occasion, which is the swearing-in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On behalf of the Central Organizing Planning Committee, members of the Nigerian Armed Forces, the Nigeria Police, we appreciate the special guest of honor and other invited guests for being with us to mark this historic occasion, which is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
All right, there you have it, the speech by the President, Bola Tinubu. You have to get used to that, actually. You have to get used to that because, I mean, what a speech it was, because looking through that speech, some very key highlights. He spoke about agriculture, the economy, infrastructure, security, and some of them, I mean, the fuel subsidy, for instance, is gone. They have to work towards a unified exchange rates.
He said it is gone.
It is gone.
Subsidy is gone.
And you know the big talk about fuel subsidy to be or not to be. Different governments went back and forth about the fuel subsidy, but he categorical from the get-go that it is gone.
And he said he will unify the exchange rate. There won't be multiple exchange rate any longer, and there will be a lot of house cleaning when it comes to fiscal policy in the country, monetary and fiscal policies.
It'll be very interesting to see what economic analysts have to say in the coming days, Sean, because the president has tried to signal or give a very strong signal that he is going to be focusing largely on the economy. I mean, there was a very broad header for security, but the economy, even which had its own heading, was further broken down into the many different aspects. Very quickly on his inaugural address, or in his inaugural address, you'll see that jobs is very high up that list, followed immediately by agriculture. Then you see the talk around infrastructure, fuel subsidy, monetary policy, foreign policy, each one of them occupying their pride of place and, you know, focusing very intently on what precisely intends to do. For instance, in agriculture, he's talking about commodity boards coming on board and securing the income of rural farmers. I'm sure that's something that will gladden their heart, only if they're able to get to their farms and able to work successfully on the land.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, we have
a peak protein breakfast gets you up to a great day.
Start your day with a peak protein breakfast to keep you going.